Good morning, everybody. Hope everything is going good. We are going to be doing some painting today. Hooray. We're going to be doing some painting and relaxing. Dude, trying to get this little speaker to work, but it doesn't want to do it. Just sick. There we go. Okay. We're going to start with some gold trim for this guy. Actually, let's not start with that. What do we want to start with? What color should this guy be? Let's make it purple. Start with a dark purple. So do I have a dark purple somewhere? I got diabolic plum. Start with some of that. Now, to make it look like this guy kind of has like purplish black armor, I'm not going to put too much purple on everything. Just a little bit. We'll brighten that up. Go too deep. Too much paint. So can you guys see? Worry about any gaps. We're going to paint over all this purple and some of the trim. We're going to give it a wash anyways later on to fill in any of those gaps. It's just kind of getting the color blocked for this guy. I'm going to go for a purple and black. Mm. Excuse me. So what I'm doing here after we've blocked most of the colors, I'll do some more on this arm, do some more places. I'm coming back in with a thinner version of the same paint that I just went over this leg, almost like a watery consistency. Not enough to where it's breaking apart on you, but enough to where you can tell it's not as thick as a actual paint. It still has some opacity. We can just move that up to where we want. And that's going to hide a lot of our brush strokes whenever we're painting. Oop. Bye. Bye, paintbrush. By the way, if you guys want to know what paint I'm using right now, I'm using Army Painter Diabolic Plum. You just can't see the Diabolic anymore. It's just, oh, I use pretty much exclusively Army Painter for pretty much every single one of my models. I might add some contrast paints in from GW, but other than that, I don't really use any other brands. Not that there's not other great brands. I just really like Army Painter. And no, this is not sponsored by Army Painter. I wish. So it looks like Orc's got some new rules and some new data sheets. It's interesting. I'm interested in seeing how Gaz plays. I think giving him the inability to lead characters anymore, but making them cool for a monster is fun. I honestly wish a lot more leaders in armies they would actually do that to him, like Abaddon and the line. The line can't lead anything anymore either. But I like the idea of these. If they're going to be the heroes of the army, that they shouldn't be tied down to being attached to units. It's getting a little silly. Like it's cool to attach stuff, but like I don't know, there's something cool about having your lone general out there being able to like command his army and feeling independent rather than feeling like attached to something or needing his bodyguard because if he doesn't have his bodyguard, he's in a bad spot. So it looks cool. The only unfortunate thing is it does seem as though they're just going to lock everything behind whatever's coming out next. So game balance is a little bit out the window, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. It's Warhammer. Does it really even need to be balanced? It's only the competitive scene that needs balance, really. And in all honesty, maybe a lot of that stuff should just not be around anymore. If half of these guys at the top tables just seem that they're going to cheat, having a cheating scandal almost every single weekend. That's not my business. I'm just, my little guys. Yeah, yeah. It's almost more like a bodyguard kind of situation rather than like that. But it's cool. Who knows? We'll see. New rules, new changes means new opportunities and new ways to play. And that is what I'm excited about. I'm excited to see what they do with EC. It'll give us some new flavor, some new stuff to play with. And I'm excited. Change isn't easy, but it always comes with negatives and benefits. Some trim. Retain a little bit of this weird. We're gonna do some non-metallic metal on this guy. Buddy, come here. Get you pops. Buddy. Okay. Okay. Just needing attention. Fair. Don't we all, buddy? My cat wanted something. I was making sure he was okay. He just wants attention. So, yeah, I'm just still more excited about the idea of psychos are going to be cool. And I'm a little disappointed that they weren't in the courtrooms at the very beginning. You know, that's okay. Oops. One of the cool things about non-metallic metal is that you can glob this on here, right? Like this. Because we're going to go be going back and glazing and uprighting, whatever the word is, I guess. These things, anyways. So you don't need to worry about it being messy. Same with like the inside of the pommel right here. You don't need to be worrying about that right now either because We're going to go back and paint it with a brighter color anyways. Do a mix and silver trim on him. So we're going to do making choices on where we want to have this blue. Where I'm going to have this blue is where there's going to be some gold. This will be our background shadow color for basically the buildings that we're going to do. Right now, this is the color block, or at least I call it color blocking. I don't even know if that's the right term, but it's basically I like to just design everything with its base colors first. That way, I know in my brain where I'm planning to go anyway with this. And easier, but fun and hard for me to really design lore accurately because the funny thing is that even the DW design that they have for them is not lore accurate. But in the books, a lot of the Emperor's children are described as having almost multiple armor. They're described as having shades of blue, shades of green, shades of even orange in some of their armor. Where that's where the black actually is. The black is actually not a like just pure black or like a gray black. It's actually more of like a pearlescent black. Sometimes different colors pop out. Sometimes the EC actually do different. Um, they actually do shades to make sure that different colors pop out of their armor. But we made somebody do that in the studio for ask you for a lot of money or that is way too much stuff to be doing. So I like to do with my EC Marines is I try and find a way and some unique things to their armor to give it that self-customized look. That's the big thing about EC is self-expression, right? Is that self-expression probably the best self-expression? Absolutely not. I don't know if making a painting out of feces is a really good way to self-express, but you know what? I've seen worse versions out here that go, you do you, girls. You do you. And one thing that I like to do if I'm doing this kind of more checkerboard armor pattern is I like to try and spread out where each piece is. So gold here because I always like to do gold on my shoulder pads on that right side. Do some gold here, gold here. And hit this inner thigh area too is gold. That way it's not blending one to one, but it also is enough to where when we make this spray down setting that it can actually make that syringe pop a little bit more between the black. Again, if we get a little messy here, it's okay because we can just come back and clean it. That's one of the big things too. If you notice with some of my painting, and in all honesty, the hard thing going on right now with that is just this camera. So I am using a web camera that I didn't really like using in all honesty, but it's what we got. There's my pale thigh. Try and get it so it focuses a little bit better. it look like? We can put some black in there and it'll clean it right up. See, and on here, I'm thinking about wanting to make that tassel gold. And I think I will when it comes to the actual belt buckle. Probably might even paint his crotch purple, just so that we can see a lot of that coming through. I am going to do that. I'm going to paint his crotch purple. See, that gold is popping up a lot against that right there, white tassel. Pops out of that tassel. It can give more looky loos to his crotch there. Yeah, one of the reasons I use Army Painter specifically is I find that it has the best flowing paints. I'm not the biggest fan of their metallics, but honestly kind of got sick of metallics. Unless I'm just trying to get a project done fast. Nothing wrong with metallics. I just don't seem to understand how to paint them. It's okay. protect his head in that way. But you can also use basically any like space wolf glue, like a Fenris, whatever it's called. I can't remember what the GW equivalent is. But this is basically the dark tone on Space Wolves. Full dark tone for Space Wolves. We're trying to hit all of the brightest areas where there would be light bouncing off of something. I've got some that ended up getting into the purple. That's okay. We're going to go back and add more to that purple anyways. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully, everyone is having a good Friday morning. It's always a good Friday when we get to hang out with some little guy. And that's okay. 'Cause again, we're blocking over this part first. We're going to go back over the black later because the black is going to be the easiest color to correct. Yeah, we'll clean that black back up with black later. 'Cause I don't really like how that doesn't look. And that's okay. Part of it is just the journey and the goal. We can test things out and just see how they work. Oops. Overloaded my brush there a little bit. It's okay though. All part of the journey. What we can do, we can take a little bit of water on our brush. Just clean that. Anything can be fixed. What are some of your guys' favorite units to paint? I honestly love painting these battle line guys. What we'll do for the little backpack connectors is give them some gold. Because this guy is intended to be maybe a sergeant. If I need him to fill that role, he's got a cool sword, so we'll give him some more flair. All right. Now let's go back and clean up some stuff and do some stuff. We're going to be using that diabolic plum, that matte black to get those results. So I gloved a little bit too much on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and pull that back this way. Try and pull some of that up here into that corner as well. All right. There we go. Let's thin out. Perfect. We can even do that for this panel of the arm. So this is, I'm doing a really watered down version of this matte black. We're just going to go over all the parts that I zenithal. We probably will do this a couple of times to get us to that nice black tone that we're wanting. We might even have to thicken up the paint more for that white spot there. Overloaded. Okay, though. There we go. This will give us that cool kind of highlighting that goes around the entire part of the brown. Which gives that arm a little bit more detail. But also it means we can go back in later on and add some more highlights into that black. Instead of feeling too bright. This is just to tone it down a little bit before we go back into it. To give it its final kind of concrete shape. That gives us more of that tone there. You see? That allows us to clean the area before moving. We'll come back and we'll do it. Another good thing that you can use to do something like that with is the nice Tamiya um, color panel liner. That one actually does a really good job of making some nice oily shades like that. We won't worry about the hand and that applicator for now. Let's move on to, because we actually don't even really need to clean up any of the purple. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to pull this Warlock magenta. We're going to use that to create this pinkish purple. Actually, that's too much pink on there. Areas. I should have the most light come into them. That's where we can use the glaze even to clean up some of those brush strokes. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that little trim right there. That's okay. We'll come back to it. And as you see, I'm not hitting everything so far. Mostly just hitting the parts that would be the brightest. This now we're going to be moving on to doing some actual, or the non-metallic metals. We'll see. Those are cool. So I'm trying to make sure I hit all the right bright spots and where the light would go, but I'm still working on it. It's a tough one. And my biggest problems with non-metallic metal is that I tend to try do too much. I feel like I need to add more to whatever I'm doing. Sometimes when you add too much on that shoulder pad, it all blends together and it just doesn't really look like metal anymore. So you gotta come in with it, either add some more bright colors, but who knows? I'm not a professional painter. I'm just a guy who likes to paint infractors. Ugh. Cat hair. Move it. We're gonna move up to the this is for the highlight on the silver. Maybe don't like how I like to have a little bit of that thunderous, just a tad. I like paint drops with that thunderous. It's either kind of like it's not too close. We get to be plenty. Doing some prep for your Mass Marines. I am doing a little bit. I ended up. I'm gonna be playing a list on Saturday. I have some extra Marines, but mostly I just kind of wanted to paint up this little guy. I like painting up these little infractors. It's refracting. It's relaxing. Yeah, the Master Marine list is coming soon. I'm still working on that video. The problem right now is just getting that angle. Like this one, this camera, I don't like it. As you can see, it's like terrible quality. But it's the best thing that I've got for doing this. But it's not a Master Marine list, but it is about 25 battle line Halo guys right now for that one. It is going to be a lot. So it's going to be a what's it called? Court of the Phoenician and Frenzied Host list, where I've got a Defiler, of course. I'm throwing in Fulgrim to try him. He does some good. He does some bad. And then what else has it got? Mauler Fiend doesn't have any Noise Marines. Kind of abandoned the Noise Marines because I just don't think I play them super right. And I'm honestly just waiting for a mass Noise Marine list. But yeah, getting some more infractors ready for that mass Marine list that will someday be complete. Doing a bunch of prep for my mass Marine. So we just source about 40 chainsaws. Well, if you need chain swords and pistols, let me know. I have a lot of always going to become battle line would be a cool detachment. I like that as well. I think that would be fun, especially since they're selling a lot of boxes of Marines and like their Battle Force boxes. Like I think every single Battle Force box for Emperor's Children came with extra Noise Marine units. Like I have the two that came out with the box, or whenever the first book came out, and like I got 4 Marines just getting 2 of those boxes, 4 Noise Marine units, and the fact that I can't run them all does suck. But I do have plenty of sergeants. That's part of my problem. What I'm trying to do with the Marine list is that I realize that I built too many sergeants because at first the power sword wasn't its correct stat. So they had to change the stat halfway through, but that also meant that I had built them the wrong way because they didn't have the stats correct. But that's GW for you. How are you guys feeling about Gaz becoming a blown up character? I think it's cool. It would get me more excited to play Gaz. I don't know if Orc players are happy about the change though. Rip Makari, gone but never forgotten. As much as I hated that terrible 2-up save that Makari would give him, I do think that if you are going to make him run by himself, then maybe Makari would have been a good keep. But yeah, Sadie, how's your list going? Are you building out some Noise Marines for CSM? They're really good in CSM. I think the another detachment that could be really cool for them is noise marines gaining lethals. 'Cause that would give you a really good, reason to want to put in, like, a Lord Cacophonous, because then you get to do Lord Cacophonous and lethals. Probably just run the sergeant with the chainsword. Yeah. Well, if you need any chainswords, I've got plenty of them. I prefer using the dueling sabers anyways, the, like, swords. So if you need some chainswords, let me know. I have plenty of chainswords to share. Chainswords for everybody. Today we're just doing something nice and chill. Honestly, I have needed just kind of a break, not even from Warhammer, but just from some of the intensity of, like, competitive scene Warhammer, because in all honesty, I'm just so exhausted by it. It's not even playing the games, but it's just hearing about all these cheating scandals and everything. What do I need to trade them in for? What do you mean? You wouldn't have to trade anything. Give it to you. You already gave me those arms for free. No, don't worry about it, man. I mean, if you want to buy me them, I'll never say no. But don't think of the chain swords as a think of it as a gift. I'd rather if I'm not going to use them, you might as well use them. They're just going to sit on a screw in my. Okay, don't judge my desk too much, but I'm going to show you. Okay. No, we're not going to adjust that. They're just going to sit in that pile of screws. So do not. He's offloading is great. Yeah, no, I am. I absolutely am. No judgment to that. Oh, now I messed up the camera. That's fine. No judgment. I'm more than happy to get rid of some screws. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I have no position to judge this desk state. Honestly, anybody can judge my desk state. It's fine. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. That's okay though. Judgment sometimes just means you care. Now, if it's negative judgment, well, we keep it to yourself. But no, it's okay to make fun of me a little bit. I know it's messy. I mean, just a random assassin on my desk. Also, random assassin on my desk. I'll pick these guys up on stream at some. I want to pick up my assassins. Yeah, man, I'd be happy. More than happy to. Like, what do we work on now? One thing I want to do. Actually, this will be a really good time to show off my skin recipe because I have a really weird skin recipe. I think it might be weird. I don't know. Are you guys ready to see some weird skin? Because I'm gonna paint some of that flayed skin. Yeah, man. I've got I bought a bunch of old Noise Marine guns back in the day before the new Noise Marine kit came out, and when I bought them, a bunch skin recipe is a horrible face of yeah, yeah. No, it's okay. Total skin recipe. What about chicken skin? Chicken skin is delicious. You're just judging. You're just having too much judgment. But what was I brain can't focus or function. Um, I don't know. I can't remember. Something. Um, but uh, you've already given me plenty. That's one thing that I like about being a part of this community is that one of the things with Warhammer that is always so nice to me and something that's always made me so happy is always bring up the oh, I was talking about basically that got a bunch of extra Legionary screws and a bunch of extra chain swords and stuff like that from that box of Noise Marines because they just threw in a bunch of Noise Marine or just regular Legionary bodies. So I literally have like 8. Like I have a like, and this was what one of the things I was going to work on. Like I have an entire full like normal Legionary sprue that hasn't even been clipped yet. So like I've got like full sprues of CSM that I just haven't messed with. And I still have plenty to spare. So yes, please take some. Honestly, the way that you'll be paying me is getting some out of my way. But the biggest, what I was talking about with the Warhammer community, is one of the biggest and coolest things about the Warhammer community and why I love it so much is it's probably the most generous community when it comes to having to spend a lot of money on something, right? I have never seen such generosity when it comes to like the amount of money that we spend on this thing. Like I have there was a I remember one of my the first Dallas Open I ever went to. I wasn't even playing in the main games, and there was a guy, and I had brought my like Skaven and stuff too for pickup games and stuff. I didn't really understand what was going on. Again, this was before we even were really playing 40K. And one of the biggest things was is there was a guy who saw that I had all these Skaven and he was like, "Oh man, you play Skaven? Oh, give me 2 seconds." He runs out to his car and he brings out this giant cardboard box and it's got a full like 2,000 points of Skaven for AOS. And he's like, I don't play AOS. I don't want to get back into AOS. Please take this off my hands. And he probably gave me what would have been what I would probably consider like almost $500 worth of rats. It's to the point where like I still have like rats that I randomly find now where I'm like, oh yeah, this is one of the dude's rats that gave me a ton of rats. So now I have a full Skaven army. And like I felt bad about not giving him anything back. So I literally went and bought because he was a guard player. He was bought one of the commissar models that is like the commemorative commissar where he's like standing and he's got his sword in the dirt. Um, and like the dude gave me the biggest hug when I gave it to him, as if I had given him $500. Like, man, you're being this nice over one model. That's crazy. Like, you know, and that was something that like really touched me and really like made me, feel like this community is something special. It's because that's one thing that I like to do back is just give back. Like, okay, cool. I have all this stuff. Am I going to use it? Absolutely not. Can I use it? Yes, please do. I bought it for a reason, so somebody would use it. So you please use it. I even just gave a bunch of cataphracti terminators to my buddies. I was like, I got some. It's all about giving back. If I'm going to spend a bunch of money on this, I might as well give a little bit back. You guys helped me be able to do this as a job, and it's awesome. So it's the least I can do. The very least I can do. And yeah. Thank you, Emma, for keeping me on track since I have a terrible memory now. That is okay. So one thing I actually like to do, and this is where you're all gonna look at me weird. Can't find my oh, Emma stole it. Emma put it on her desk over here. Ah! I did legs the other day, now my legs are like mother. Oh, Emma stole my greens. Yeah, so this is what I use for one of my recipes. So the first thread that I used, the best thread. Now I'm getting some rainforest green. little bit in with some red, very slightly though. We don't want to do too. We're already going to be mixing it up with this color. Color job. This is just so you can. New tip board referred to the tax write-off. Yeah, but why else do? What else are jobs for? Making money? No, I just put little dots all over, like that. So this is the base layer. So the funny thing is, you mentioned that. Do you want to know why CEOs get paid so much? Because they don't have to tax the CEO's pay when it comes to certain things like stock options and things like that. So, in all honesty, a lot of business is just trying to figure out what a tax write-off can be for you or how to not pay taxes, which is a very, very clear indicator of where we're at in the world and why we're at where we're at in the world. Because, of course, it makes total sense to try and not pay for all the things that we need. Anyways, don't let me get political or else I'll be a fun stream. But what we're doing now is we're going and moving more into these other goals. So that is the long yellow. This is going to mix in with the desert yellow that I've already just added to just brighten it up. And you don't want to do too much, or you do. It depends. However you want to do this depends on how you want your gold to look. Like for me, I don't want to go super bright. I'm not going X-Men 97 with this guy. So we don't want to do too much. Right. Now on that Lord of Gold that I'm doing with the other game, I did want to go X-Men 97. Actually go watch X-Men 97. So this is going to help blend all that together. Probably help if I kept the miniature on screen. Currently just drilling barrel holes. Nice. I hate drilling barrel holes. At this point, I just don't even do it because I'm just like, I do like taking my soldering iron though and making plasma bubbles though. Those are fun. Ugh. Yeah, that's not nice. That is not fun. Honestly, drilling barrel holes is very similar to having to paint thousands of suns. Oh shit! I forgot to do that part. That's okay. We'll go back and hit that part. And it looks like I got a little bit too much yellow everywhere. It's okay. Give that a nice little fix. Give. And we'll get some just good. Unfortunately, I think that was not music we want to be playing on the screen. Not because I dislike the music, but because I don't want to violate any laws. I hate drilling dead barrels. Best of luck to you on that. Leave that all over. Well, I will say, as much as I'm waiting for some of the rules to come out for the game to be a little bit more fun again, since it's kind of getting weird with this Art Codex coming out. I'm excited that they're doing Cypher levels again. I think that's going to be really cool. Moving on to the next layer. Skin, since that's dried, we're going to move on to like berry and flesh to get that dried out skin. I'm excited for Cypher levels coming back. I think that's going to add a lot of modularity back to the game, and I think it's going to be really fun. I will say, I do think it's funny that they introduced Psyker levels Obviously, they had to introduce Psyker levels with orcs because it's the first codex. And I do think it's funny that it's like, who's going to introduce the Psyker mechanics into the game? Yes, the most psychically attuned faction of the game, the orcs. The orcs are going to bring out Psychic. And I'm really intrigued on how they're going to do Psychic. Like, obviously, Psychic already not negates hits and or not hits and it's just hits. You can't modify their ballistic or hit skill, which is cool. But also makes me curious if they're also going to be able to do spells, then how strong are those Psyker units going to be now? And are we just going back into that same problem where Psykers are going to be just overly powerful? Which Psykers should be powerful, but it's one of those things where it's just like we have to see where it's going to go. But I'm excited. I am excited because I want to play out my sorcerers. Rocket launcher gaming. Exactly. I need to get Helldivers rolling. Some 48 cutscenes, the 30% reload is good. Ooh, nice. I just jumped into Helldivers again recently. If you're hearing that scratching noise, that's my cat. Hey, kitty. Play it online. That's been really fun. I played the new like necromorph stuff enemy. Fun to fight. And I saw everybody running around with Parsec armor, and I got a little jealous. At some point, I'll drop the $20 for it. I just didn't see if I'm gonna play it more before I drop $20 for a cosmetic, just because they know I like Warhammer. Because that's the problem. I feel like Helldivers is more fun when you have people to play with. I just don't have anybody to play with, it seems. So if anybody wants to play some Helldivers at some point, let me know. Biscuit, hey, chewing on stuff. If you want a little attention, I'll give you a little attention. Oh, oh. Everyone, welcome to the Biscuit stream. Like, can we get him to see? Look at the camera. There we go. It's the Biscuit stream now. Helldivers stream? I'll try and get the thing and you'll do my gunner. That sounds sick. I would be super down for that. Do it on Monday. We'll do a Helldiver stream Monday. He'll give us a little break from Rogue Trader, and it'll probably help save my voice a little bit. Where did I put my paintbrush? I put it down to pick up this, and I don't know where I put it. Oh, I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached. You see where my paintbrush went? Oh yeah. Well, I've got an RTT. Uh, I've got an RTT on Saturday, which is tomorrow. I have an RTT tomorrow, and I'll be busy tomorrow, but Sunday I'll have some time if we want to grind it out. Because I also need to grind out Helldivers, because I have literally nothing. I have literally nothing. Whoa! We just got a news alert. That's crazy. Don't need to get into that. Just some crazy news if you've seen the news. We don't need to get into that because that is a lot of conversation. I don't want to. I don't want to get into that conversation. But man, that's crazy. Sorry, I'm just bad at not reacting to stuff. I can't find my paintbrush, so we're gonna use this paintbrush. New paintbrush, army painter paintbrush. Maybe they'll give me money or sponsor me. Yeah, I'd be down for that. That'd be super fun. I also need to take a little break from. Oh, excuse me, just some Warhammer stuff in general. So some little Helldivers and some Carsicans would be fun. I love Helldivers. I think the game is super fun. I will just be real. Um, it's hard to find a time to get everybody together for gaming. It's tough. Just run one strats and have some military defense. Yeah, I also I like doing that where I'm like all bombs. But the one strat that I always give myself and put myself and have is this little mini stalwart machine gun. It's not the long barreled one; it's the shorter barreled one because you can set it up to like 1,000 RPMs, right? And at a certain point, you literally just have to point the gun at the ground and pull the trigger in order to actually aim it. But like, it will straight up kill anything in front of you. Like, I know there's the new giant enemy that's like made out of children or whatever, and which is a crazy thing to say, but I guess that's the case. Um, I can't believe Biscuit made me lose my freaking paintbrush. What's he upset about that? I love that paintbrush. Oh, it's because it's in the water cup. But I love that stalwart machine gun because you can just literally spray and pray, and like it'll kneecap enemies where they just fall down on the ground. And then the Dead Space veteran in me is very fond of watching alien monsters fall to the ground without their legs, which sounds a little bit more diabolical than it is. I promise. Sounds a little worse when you say it like that, but hey, it's the enemies of democracy, okay? Forced democracy. I still can't believe. Did you know that actually Helldivers was supposed to be an ODST game? I prefer to run the expendable AT. You just keep spawning them. That is true. I do love a good expendable AT. But did you know that that originally, and we're gonna move on to putting some of this brigade gray. We're gonna mix it with that thunderous white. This brigade gray with some of that thunderous white and that gold that we did beforehand. Is some of that silver. But did you know that Helldivers was supposed to be an ODST game, and Microsoft passed on it? They said we're not interested in making an ODST game like that, and it is not surprising with the current Microsoft leadership. It is also one where it's like, man, I can't believe you guys messed that up. God, that would have been so much money for you guys. I think that's the funny thing is you hear about these projects and someone's like, yeah, we passed on that. And you're like, well, yeah, no wonder everybody hates you. Yeah. You guys wouldn't know a good thing if it hit you in the face. But hopefully that'll get a little bit better. But yeah, we'll have to get that going. We'll do that on Monday. I do want to get that Carson skin, and I do want to play it because it's very fun, and I like the new zombie enemies. I will say, you'll be like, Nick, why don't you know what's anything's going on? I'll be like, because I will never play it. If I do, all I do is shoot the gun. But if we do get a Warthog, let me know. Because Emma knows I'm the Warthog master. I've trained to drive every type of four-wheeled vehicle that has a V8. Right? And I love driving that freaking Warthog mongoose. And then I just completed ODST yesterday. We're going on Halo Marathon. And I'm going to be I can also Wart. It's a WORT, by the way. I guess, but after playing with that Warthog, after not driving it for many years, my God, the driving mechanics in the original, I'm just messing with you. The driving mechanics in the original Halo games might be some of the best driving mechanics in video games. Even in some racing games, I have not felt better driving than Halo. Scout Jeep with a machine gun in the back, that counts. That's the same thing. Pretty much the same thing. But also, after watching the Warthog drive for a little bit in Halo 3, did you know that the Warthog not only is it an all-wheel drive system, but it has got dual steering. And if you don't know what dual steering means that both the front wheels and the back wheels have their own ability to steer. So that's why the Warthog can do all those really tight maneuvers, because not only are the front wheels turning with the direction of what you want to go, but the back wheels are also adjusting and have their own separate. I don't know if they have their own separate drivetrain, but they do have their own separate independent steering, which is also a system used in some F1 cars, or at least it was. I don't know if it is still. They might have banned it because I only really wants cars that will make money and not fun races. I did not realize that playing it the first time that that's the type of system that the Warthog had. And I went, man, now I want one of these in real life. Oh, and the nice thing about doing non-metallic metal is the lighter we go, the less we have to do. Yeah, yeah. I love Helldivers. Helldivers is such a good game. It's just hard to find time, you know? Like, hard to find time, especially while, everybody's busy. We're all adults, right? We've all got lives. Even me, I'm still working on videos and editing up. They're just frustrating me. And they're not turning out the way I want. I'm still working on some. That's okay. All in due time. Steady wins the race. But one thing I am really excited for is going back to Warhammers. I'm really excited about these Psyker levels because it's got me to start speculating again about cool stuff. Because, um, one of the cool things that I was thinking about is I was like, how do so? Because in D&D, right, spells have a certain level. Like I'm not as big of a D&D system understander as I am Warhammer, and so spells go up pretty high in level, which would be really hard to deal with in Warhammer because you just don't have that freedom of you know, it's just a harder system to do that many spells with when the game is already that complicated. Um, but I was like, how do I make it so that if it's like, oh, it's a level 3, right? Because it would suck to be like, oh well, your orcs, you get no access to level 3 spells, right? That would suck. Like maybe a little bit less spells, but or unique spells to them. But it would also then suck if you were like, well, you can only go up to level 3, and then you have Thousand Suns potentially not getting to do as many or doing as many spells as a non-spell faction, and that doesn't feel great either because you want the things that are supposed to feel like they're better at things, right? To be better at stuff. Like EC should not have a ton of access to magic, they should have more access to magic than, say, like a generic Space Marine chapter, because maybe that Space Marine chapter, unless they're librarian heavy, just might not be very good at psychic, or they have certain rules that they have to adhere to. So I thought what could be really cool for like Thousand Suns and Cycle levels is like spells only go up to level 3, but based off how we know is that the higher your cycle level is the more spells like you can cast at different level types. So it would be really cool if, let's say, Thousand Sun Psychers because they only have their casters as their sergeants, and like their big guys have their big guys and their casters for to be like level 3 Psychers, right? Make them really good at doing that. And then have like Grey Knights who are all psychic in the unit, but there's so many of them, but they're good guys, so they don't get to summon demons and stuff like that. They don't need to do all of that kind of stuff. Um, so it would be cool to then be like, okay, well, everyone's a psychic, but they're all level 1 or level 2, so they just don't get to cast as many powerful spells, but they can cast a lot of spells, right? As a guard, I should be able to run a bunch of shitty psychers who blow up all the time. Yeah, exactly. Where it's like your psychers should have like give them a level 3 psycher, but say like if you do a level 3 spell, right, uh, you have a way easier chance of blowing up. You know what I mean? Where it's like give it so that you can do some spells. Like, oh, if they want to spam like level 1 spells, hell yeah. But like you do too many, or they like, oh, that would be a cool thing. The Primaris, which I love that they're called Primaris Psychers in Guard. The Primaris Psyker, they can do 3 level 1 spells. But if they do 3 level 1 spells, they take a hazardous. Yeah. I think you should be able to bring dedicated. I agree. Like, unfortunately, his staff broke off. I need to reboot the staff, right? Because stole the staff from the Demon Heads, and then my cat knocked it over. But, like, this is the staff. Oh, you can't say it. Like, this is the staff that I have, right? Super sick. And I would love to be able to bring the sorcerer by himself specifically just to say, like, I want him to cast me some spells. I'd be fine with him even being 60 to 70 points if I could just say, like, okay, well, I'm going to bring this spell book. I want this spell. Okay. Like, I think a really cool one for EC's fast attack would be a spell to, like, allow a certain unit to jump back into the war, like, into Deep Strike. Like, make it a level 3 if you want to try Fulgrim to go back to the war. But, like, that would be something cool to be like, okay, at the end of my opponent's turn, I bring him down into the warp so that he can jump back down and be that fast attack, drop pod, warp assault kind of style like unit. And I think that would be super cool for EC. But that's the thing that makes me so excited about Psyker levels is that it's also the thing where we look at the Psyker level and we're like, look at all these ideas we're coming up with. We used to have a spell that would allow a unit fearless, so you could slap one with 15-minute construct with a commissar skin, and you had to kill them to a man. Dang. So the unit would basically have no battle shock. That's crazy. And that's super fun. Like, I would love to see that. Like, things where it's like I don't want things where it breaks the game, but I want things that make it fun. Or give like a level playing field to armies that just aren't doing as well. Right? Like especially if you're gonna say like, oh, guard like can't do their orders if they're all afraid. Like it would be cool to give them that just so that they can do something where it's like, okay, well I can spend some like spells, maybe even make it a hazardous test to be able to have your guy be unlike battle shocked or something like that, or get fearless or something like that. Because then at least you can have some way of like, now I can strategically get myself out of battle shock, right? Without having to just do insane bravery. Because right now, like, even looking at the new boss rule, right, where orcs gain a CP for having that dude as a warlord, they understand that the CP economy is, or command point economy is really, really unfair right now. Where there are straight up armies like mine where you're like, well, I had to kill something in role leadership just to pass it to gain the CP. And then I can bring Bjorn and Space Wolf and just get 2 CP and use it. It might be like old world where you can buy a wizard, then you pay to level them up. So you can have a level 4 psyker, you however be paying like 150. Yeah. And you know what? I like that. I'm actually super fine with that because I would rather it be something like that where we're spending the points on it because it goes back to that modularity, right? Where it's like, yeah, it's that same modularity they're claiming that they want to push, where it's like, we want you to build an army in the way that you want to build that army. I think that would be a really strong uh, way of getting the flavor back in and adding those kind of custom characters if they're not going to add them in Crucible, which I'm going to be real. I think that was also one of the biggest whiffs when it came to the Crucible book was the fact that it wasn't like characters for 40K. It was like, well, you guys can bring them in your narrative games, and it's like you should have just added this in, and even though they were really strong war characters, really strong whatever. Like, if you're not going to give certain factions models, let us build them ourselves. Just cast gun. Exactly. Oh, funny enough, one of my buddies was playing. We were playing Baldur's Gate, and he's a monk, and we've decided that everyone in the party is a wizard, quote unquote, except for me, who is the true wizard and an actual wizard. And so he's just running around as a monk wizard, quote unquote wizard, um, just using punch as a spell, being like, I cast punch, I cast hitting you with my fist, and it's pretty funny. But yeah, I think that would add a lot of nuance to the game that would be just more than just, well, what did you bring? Well, I brought this. Okay, good game. Great. I'll see you next time. I find it funny. I was looking at Reddit and stuff because I was feeling a little down on the fact that I'm like, man, we're gonna get here. It's gonna be hard. Whatever, we'll deal with it. But man, oh well, right? After playing the army for so long and getting them support just randomly, the rules getting better for us, and seeing everybody playing them at the WTC, and then it was crazy to be like seeing on Reddit going, every single person who brought EC is doing either decently or not great. I'm like, yeah, because we're a faction that really requires you to go into the right targets or just get the right dice rolls. It's a very like, if you just don't get the dice rolls, well, you did your best, you know, and that's okay. It is just nice to have that feeling of like, I guess I'm not the problem. I'm not the problem, you know. That's always tough. I actually really like the physical character for guards. You got an over officer, a sentinel officer, an engineer. So yeah, the sentinel officer was really cool. I love the idea of an over officer. He's elevated himself. It's kind of like the Hunters and Baldur's Gate, the one that the smart thing. What is it? The circlet where it gives you like incredible intelligence. I love that idea of the smart, not even the smartest thing ever, but a smartest operant of all time, and that's cool. Yeah, like for EC, we got a sorcerer character, we got like a Lord Exalted base character, and then we got like a flawless blade champion. But one of the cool ones that I built was is like I built an EC apothecary out because we have to bring a model back in ours. Actually, I have my EC apothecary back here. Looking down for a second, I'm coming together pretty good. We are going to, and by the way, this model is going to be completed by the time that we end this stream. So I'm going to keep going for a little bit more, and we're going to finish it up. Actually, man, we are actually making pretty good time. Just need to do some more details on that, and then we should be almost done with it for a pretty set day. We'll touch on the economy some more, but I need to figure out how to do this. Maybe even just say like one of these is a mini blast master, but you can also give them a blast master. Listen, this is my EC apothecary. I'm still working on him, but he is one that I'm gonna like try and like really go crazy he is able to attach with flawless blade because of the thing that he's got, and so his whole thing is that he's helping them with GC. But so it's a mix of Infractor kits with the ECU hand and the head, adding the whip and the spear from the Lord Exultant kit, of course, the icon from that, and then the body and the little arms right, are from the apothecary kit. Thanks, man. I love this character. We'll have to get him in a game soon so we can play. I can't wait for him to get assassinated. Thank you. The body is from the normal apothecary kit, and then the smoke backpack is from the Dark Angels Asthma kit. And then I had Asmodee's knife on there too, but it just didn't fit. But yeah, he's one of my favorites. I need to go back and really give him some love to painting because he looks a little rough right now, but it's also because I haven't touched him in a fat minute. But this is one of my favorite kits that I've made. I love doing kit bashing. Oh, and I also brought this was actually one of my first favorite kit bashes. Where I keep working on this other guy. This is Doug. Doug was my master of executions back when I played CSN, back when I thought that that was an acceptable slit edge symbol in painting. I need to go back and paint up his thing, but what was cool is that this was from the Chosen kit, and then this head, where he's got the weird speakers coming out of his mouth, is actually one of the old Emperor's Children heads. It's one of the old ones from the old Emperor's kit. Oh, it's spicy type. Thank you. I love doing these custom kit bashes. But yeah, I agree. Like, if you're not going to give us those models, and if you're planning on giving them, it's fine. Let us have some fun with what we're doing with it, and then be like, hey, by the way, we made some more models or whatever. Because, like, that's the thing, too. Like, I know one of the characters that they put onto in that book was the Butcher Surgeon from World Eaters. And, like, that was the most annoying thing that I saw because I was like, okay, so you know that everybody wants this model, and you're just going to go make it yourself, but also it doesn't count. You're like, what? Yeah. And so with the skin recipe, I hate that phrase. Um, the reason why I'm adding the green is not to make it pop, right? It's not to make the green pop, but it's to give some touches where it's like there and right there and right there, where it's a little bit sickly looking, almost like a little bit dead. Thank you, man. If you want to run away to Bid Hammer, I will join you. That's the thing. It's like I don't think I'll ever run away from 11th edition and stop playing it, but I do want to play more of just other stuff in general. I think for casual stuff right now, like casual games, I'm more down to play some older editions. Because at least with competitive, because my biggest issue with a lot of the competitive play, or at least just 11th edition, is the problem is that these rules aren't well defined, and so you have some people who want to play them. It rules as intention, rules fairly, like a gentleman. And you have some people that want to just cheese it, and they're like, I'm only here to win games and not make friends. And I'm like, well, guess what? Maybe we should go play Magic because, like, you know, even in the competitive scene, like, yeah, I still have people who like even jokingly might say that. I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, you also argued with me about a pregame thing that we already discussed on. So, what do you want me to do? We already agreed on it. Now you're trying not to agree on it anymore because it just doesn't benefit you. That's okay, you know. But it's that kind of level of stuff where it's like I'm always down to play some other stuff. I'm always down to try some new stuff. I just need to find time. In all honesty, that's the hardest part. Trying to find time. Oh, this guy. This way, okay, let's play the five rules. Get maybe 10th edition rules so we get to 11th edition where he's out all the games. That's smart. That's a really smart way of doing it. Because that's something I've been talking about too with Emma. does feel like, in all honesty, at a certain point, my tummy's rumbling to the point where I might, I think I've got it for now. Thanks, man. For jumping in. Also, Elizabeth just killing the car. We did a lot of live action. Yeah, it's the thing where it's like, and Barbara accidents, we talked about it in the gym. It's the thing of like, where it's like, well, people are like, well, guard is still able to win. And you're like, yeah, but what cost, right? It's the same, it was the same argument that I made um, back when EC in 10th edition, before we had the Defiler, where I was like, yeah, EC's fun, but also we have one way of playing the game where we don't just get smashed against a rock, right? Or one of those things where it feels like we're just either rolling dice well or inconsistently, right? Was partially just because of the fact that like a lot of those rules, like right now, they just don't benefit what guard can do, right? Guard is one list that can win, and it's a big stat check. Exactly. Or even the other one. I feel like there's two. It's the big. It's either you go big in the toughness numbers, or you go big in the model counts, and even then, you still have to do the heavy weapon squads. But still, those are not fun stat checks to play. You know what I mean? Especially when they're like, hey, 11th edition is supposed to be the narrative one, but we're trying to do more narrative stuff. And I'm like, the game is sweatier than it's ever been before. Or maybe not ever been before, but it's as sweaty as it used to be at certain points in time where it was like, things are just good. And I think a lot of it comes down to laziness on GW's part. Because in all honesty, there's a lot of things that they could fix and they know they could fix, and then they just don't. That's okay. Like, it's just whatever this current freaking leadership team is going. You know, at a certain point, they're going to learn that it's not going to work. Yeah, it's either mass build or evolution. Which, yeah, exactly. It's the thing that you don't want to play, right? It's like you don't want to play it because most people are not playing this game to play it competitive. And the problem is that on top of that, they've made it so that that's the only way you can play. Because like, if you want a point cost to Defiler, you know, like sure you're going to bring one in a normal play. But it's even like you look at the dude from Team USA right now who's playing EC, and he's brought triple to fire. If that doesn't tell you about the state of like what's going on, nothing else will, right? I thought I was going to get this guy finished up. Might not get him fully finished up, but we're going to get into a pretty good spot. We're going to get more. We're going to get. No, we're going to basically get the old block parts. We're going to wait on the hand, and we're going to wait on the sword, wait on that. We're going to do most of the rest of the stuff. We'll wait on doing this stuff until next Friday. I'll probably get it all again. We'll do the high lenses. We'll basically make sure all the cool stuff. In all honesty, the most that I really want to do for the silver now at this point, doing that. But that's, yeah, I agree with you completely. Where it's like, and I was somebody who played against Guard a lot in 10th edition, and it was hard. Like, it was a hard matchup. Um, one of the guys that I played with would always bring a lot of rogues ones, and that was just a stat check that was hard for me to get past, right? Just because EC didn't have things that could shoot, and there was some things that could shoot at that toughness, or even really hit at that toughness besides flawless blade. And it was a tough one. It was a tough matchup. And even I'm looking at guard going, yeah, that's crazy. That's too many. That's too many bad nerfs to them. That makes it to where it's like, yeah, you don't want to play a game against an army that can't bring anything else. You know, that kind of sucks. I'd even be fine if they wanted to do a casual uniform manual list and then having a competitive one, because at a certain point, like not everybody wants to play at the top of the top of like play. You know, like not everybody wants to play spamming, you know, 4 billion chosen, but they just want to bring one big group of it because it's cool and it's fun and it's part of their thematic list that they're the chosen of whatever, right? And like the thing that sucks is that when it comes down to the sweaty competitive players is that then they play lists that are exploiting just the stats of stuff. And then that's when you get to those big nerfs, and you're like, well, what about the casual game? What about the casual person who wants to play this? Are you going to tell them that they just don't get to play the stuff they like because now it's point costed because one dude brought something that was broken, but instead of actually being like, well, what's the difference between this and that, they just blanket nerf everything, which doesn't help anything at all. And it doesn't make the game better because the problem with the game then is just one person's list and then going, well, that's too broken because now everybody's playing it. It's like, well, if you made some other things in the army not like unfun to play, if somebody's not taking the unit, figure out why they're not taking the unit. Not, oh, well, let's just nerf this and boost this so that we're gonna get to see this thing get played more. Or also the way that they're probably doing things now too is, well, if we can make orcs really good, people will buy a lot of orcs. And then once they've bought a lot of orcs, we'll move on to the next codex. And then they'll buy a lot of that codex. And that's the fun. Well, just turn it down a little bit. I'm not a fan of the Rogodorn, but the Rogodorn Commander is not worth the same. The price of the Rogodorn is way high. Yeah. No, honestly, I don't even think the Defiler. I think when we're moving into the 300 category, I think we're starting to get a little bit too many points cost. Where it's like I don't think the Defiler needs to be right. If the Dorn didn't need to be 300, then I don't think the Defiler needs to be 300. But I also don't think that the Baneblade needs to be 300. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that I think there's a lot of stuff where when it comes down to it, like some units are gonna be just right. Like a Defiler is supposed to be a big scary monster. Thorn is supposed to be a big scary tank, right? And instead of point costing to hell the model so that people don't just take it, the cool thing would be introducing things in other factions that can easily take it again, right? Like, um, like tank busters in orcs are awesome because they're specifically meant to go and fight big tanks, and they do a great job at it. And it's something where it's like, well, if they're fighting a tank, you better hope they will, right? They're gonna do good because that's what they're built. Now, if you send those same guys into you send those same guys into a unit of infantry, they're gonna blow some stuff up, but they might not do it as well. Yeah, honestly, yeah. And that's the thing is somebody who plays mostly two defilers, I've never really seen the need to play three. And I agree with that. Like if something is getting so broken to the point where you're gonna have to point cost it to the point where it's unplayable, then again, why not cap it? Right? It's like what I was saying with the guard, where it's like, well, if you're making them to a point cost where you're like, man, it's just because they brought 230 guardsmen. Okay, well then just say, hey, you brought 230 guardsmen, that's too many. Bring 220, bring 210. Find that point that needs to be the cutoff, and just say, hey, when you're going and doing this, you're restricted to do this. Like, again, yeah, 3 defilers is a lot. Maybe we need to have a new. It's like the thing where it's like we started having the rule of three, right? Maybe for some of those models, when it comes to like 300 points, maybe we do the rule of two, right? Where it's like you can only bring two of each of these things. Like I'd be fine with bringing. I'd honestly be fine if they nerfed it to just one, right? Because at least with then you're going to actually get to play the unit and play the model. Because that's the whole point of all of this, right? Is to play the models. You could technically fix it with step exactly, yeah, with the step cost. I think the problem with the step cost too is like it's kind of like why every thousand sub player got extremely mad when they nerfed the defiler that they had the way they did. They hit two what's it called? They hit two abilities on the defiler, which was already enough to hit them with. And then They hit him with 2 ability costs, and then they made the ability that it has useless pretty much for what Thousand Suns does, and they immediately also hit them with point costs and removal abilities, where it's like you got the triple threat. Um, Also, I do have to use the restroom, and I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna finish this guy up with some of the things that I said we were gonna do. But because I don't want to take this mic with me to the bathroom while I have to do something disgusting, I'm gonna be right back. Give me about 2 minutes before things go back. I will be right back. All right, we're back. Oh, you guys. I had some very spicy Thai food, at a certain point, uh, nature has to take its course. See what I missed? I do feel bad that I'm basically dodging guard by playing CSM in the campaign. Guard is usually a bad faction, but we're bad because our guys are cheap but worthless. It's weird to be expensive. We're expensive, and other times we're fairly strong. I think it says a lot about our community. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think too, like it's one of those things where it's like even like when I was on the toilet for a second and looking at like the way that people are reacting to like how the orcs are right now, rules wise, is one that is very much like, okay, this is an old pattern of 40K back in the day, right? Where it's like eighth and ninth edition was all about who got released and who was the best for that, basically. And like I could already see a lot of players just being like, hey, cool GW, not touching orcs that have a 60% win rate because they're literally just trying to get paid. And in all honesty, it's not going to be the thing that like kills 40K, right? Because 40K is still like it's so immensely popular and has such unique designs that like not totally unique, but unique enough to get people's attention. But it is good to see that the entire community is looking at GW and going, "You guys aren't slick," you know. Oh, guys not on camera. You guys aren't slick when it comes to how you guys are making this game. And like at a certain point, when it comes down to the rules, is that a lot of it just hurts the community themselves and not even the people who are playing the game. Because let's be real, like the guys at the top tables are not bringing their faction because it's their favorite faction, right? They're bringing it because it might be fun for them to play, it might be their best play style. But like when it comes down to the entirety of how people do that, I mean, they bring what's good, right? It's the annoying thing about a lot of that, where like for me, like I bring EC no matter what happens. Sometimes I'll bring out my other armies, but a lot of my other armies are just for me playing casually because I like playing my other armies casually. But I don't like, I'm a big EC person. That's my thing. You only burn us so many times before we stop falling for it. Exactly. And it's like the thing where it's like with this all this orc stuff, like the funny thing about it is it's like it's not going to drive their sales because every single person in the comments of that person that I just saw's post were literally like, okay, cool. So we're just going to know that when orc players get their codex and once GW has sold all of the things that they feel like they want to sell for orcs, the orcs are getting nerfed into the dirt, right? It's the same thing that they just did with Filer. It's the same thing that they just did with honestly anything that just came out. I mean, Guard had its second in the sun during that period of time with the new Baneblade detachment and all those things. And then they nerfed them at the start of the 11th edition because they said, you know what? We got all the money that we wanted out of that last Guard release. I mean, look at the Yarick. Look at the Yarick nerf. They literally said, okay, how many Yarick buys did we get? Oh, we got a ton. Okay, he doesn't need to be good now. You know? And the frustrating thing is it's very obvious that, like, that's how they sell and that's how they do that stuff. And the problem with that at a certain point is it's like, guys, that's not how, like, that's not cool because if the only thing you're worried about right now is the current sales, then what you're going to get halfway through is you're going to have broken stuff and then a game that people are going to look back on and go, that sucks. Like, how many people look back like genuinely fondly at some of these um, editions where everything was broken because they literally just gave whatever was coming out the best rules. Like I remember at one point, Emperor's Children had rules where they couldn't have their hits refused at all, and you're like, that's bull. Like that, I don't want that. I don't want broken armies. I want armies that are fun, feel balanced in the game. That's what we got to keep needing. That's why they keep needing to bring new players. New players, old tricks. Exactly. That's what we need the old player around for. It won't work. We can try. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the thing is also with some of these new players too, you know, there at a certain point there are some people that just won't believe you because they're like, nah, no way it's that way. They just have to experience it for themselves, which sucks, right? You want to help them out, but you just can't. I'm gonna be real. One of the biggest worries I'm about with for me with a lot of new players is there just seems to be a low emphasis on knowing your rules at tournaments anymore. Um, like I'm gonna be real. I remember when I first started getting into it. I do finally look at the years experience and still have some things characters and tricks that only having one attachment didn't matter. Yeah, and what was nice is that also everyone was on an equal plane too. Because like even with some of the new stuff, you have like space planes that already had a billion detachments, right? Because they were just giving space planes like space planes got a detachment with every single release in the last 6 months, and you had like PC who didn't get a single one, didn't get a single thing from the new releases, even though like space planes weren't really even a part of some of those releases. And it's like when it comes down to that, you can't say that you're balancing out those rules while not doing that at all. You know what I mean? And that's the thing is it's fine, but like it hurts the casual player when the game is this way, right? Because the casual player also should be able to play the game and bring the units that they want to bring and not go, why are my possessed this expensive? Like, yeah, I think honestly the thing that I finally kind of think about now is I'm like, man, them giving us our codexes from 10th to 11th was not something that benefited us. It only benefited them and the amount of work that they had. Like, let's be completely real. Their attitude towards the amount of work that they need to get done to make this game a lot better, or at least have everybody be on the same page, they are acting like we are asking for way too much. And it is like, it's the craziest thing where like especially like whenever they were talking about the, like I bring up the Tacoma document and that Q and A that they did. Because in all honesty, I think it was one of the worst Q and A's I've ever seen when it comes to anything. And like one of the big issues I had with that entire like Q and A was that they straight up said, "Hey, this was your time to ask about the new rules. Ask about the new rules. We will give you answers." But like they literally were like, hey, ask your questions so that we can answer them. And then people would ask questions and they go, don't worry, we'll tell you in 10 days. No, that was supposed to be today. You were supposed to tell us that stuff today because you said you were going to, right? It's like you look at even perfect example today. Literally, the Butcher's Nails was supposed to come out this month. That animation was supposed to come out this month, and they delayed it till October, which again means that unless you want to watch the really kind of bad little hosted shows that they have from the guys that were so bad at hosting the reveal shows that they got fired to go back into their basement and go work on the Warhammer Plus shows. Why are you paying for Warhammer Plus if the show's not going to come out when it says it's going to come out, and then you don't get the delay order until literally the month it was supposed to come out? Like Dawn of War 4 now coming out in December, you know, it kind of sucks. Like it's fine because I want, better quality. I want things to be good. But at the same time, like, yeah, you guys should have made that announcement much earlier if you were worried about it. Like that should have been an announcement made a month ago. You know, you should have made that announcement when you first had the inkling of, hey, maybe we should wait. Maybe we should wait a second to do that. And that's part of the thing with it, where it's that like that mentality needs to be shown off with GW because in all honesty, they have this mentality that like they can kind of do whatever they want, and it's very obvious with 11th edition that they're not really interested in making things perfect for us. Also, I'm using the Army Painter Angel Green for this spray to layer up my drugs, and then for these little things that I've used, that I'm using Aqua, and I'm going to use a Hydra Turquoise to layer this up. Guts, I know you want some attention, buddy, but Papa's on a stream. Okay. You bet. Cool. Um, speaking of shows that can give me a really table up pointers, what Rogue is this? Maybe you want to build a bolt action and say this. That's cool. What I'm excited about, in all honesty, is I've gotten more back into like some of the video games that are coming out. I think that are really cool. Like, I'm super excited to check out this Star Wars Zero. All I've heard is good things from it. It's cool that we're getting back a game that's kind of going back to the Clone Wars era, and you get to kind of be a non-important spec ops character where it's like you do stuff that influences people, but it's not like playing as like Anakin Skywalker and running into a separatist battlefield. I think that's going to be really cool. Um, from what it sounds like, it looks like it's already doing extremely well for reviews. So I'm excited to play. I think that's kind of the thing with GW, where I think the one of the major other problems with this entire game in general and this entire group. I want to talk about this before I finish this model up for right now because I think this is really important. I also think, in all honesty, there is way too much benefit of the doubt going around for certain things, right? Like, I'm going to be completely real. The Gene Stealer player who cheated on his list and then basically got disqualified, but they were talking, what was it? Tactical Taurus was talking about it on his podcast, and like was like, well, maybe we just give it the benefit of the doubt or whatever. Blah blah blah. When it comes to like maybe the list building wasn't malicious on purpose. Maybe he didn't know, and it was a mistake. Okay, if you have enough knowledge of Warhammer to win a super major, why are we giving anybody the benefit of the doubt? I know a lot about Warhammer, and I still have never won a super major, and I know how hard it is. Like, I don't understand why there's also this mentality that we want to basically have Warhammer be this thing where it's recognized for how cool it is and how hard the game is and how hard we work competitively to be good at this game. And then the minute that somebody cheats, we go, well, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, guys. Let's not. They probably didn't do this maliciously. When I'm like, if you went to any competition, right? If I went to a golf tournament and it was a regional golf tournament, it was massive. My paints were stolen and not put back. Emma. I'm just joking. But if you went to a regional golf tournament and you brought clubs that were illegal, or if you went to a baseball tournament and you brought, we're going to be using just mist. I can't find my turquoise to make some of these lights. Um, if you went to a golf tournament, I'm just joking. I'm just giving you a hard time. I should have checked before I started painting. But if you went to like one of these like golf tournaments, right? You went to an event like that, and you brought clubs that were wrong and were against the rules. They would not look at you and go, "Well, you didn't mean to." They'd go, "Well, sorry, we have these rules posted for a reason. You know, we have these rules set up, and unfortunately, you cheated. It doesn't matter what your intention was. It didn't matter, you know, who you knew. Well, for some places, I'm sure there's probably rampant cheating when it comes to that too. For people who know that these islands are islands. That's okay. We'll come back to it. That's a little better. But like, there would be no discussion. It wouldn't be this whole discussion of, oh, maybe we give them the benefit of the doubt, blah 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 blah. Like, why are we giving people who are supposed to be the top players of this benefits of the doubt? You know what I mean? And I want to track down and watch Band of Brothers. Could be a good depth. Oh yeah, absolutely. I actually don't know where Band of Brothers is on now. I think it's on HBO. I know you can watch it on HBO for sure, but I'm sure it's pirated. Not that I support pirating, but wink, wink. Anyways, um, but like that's something that is baffling me about this right now. Where it's like you wouldn't be sitting there and letting people do that at any other sporting event or any other event like that. And I know people are like, "Well, Warhammer's not a sporting event." Yeah, but it's at the highest level of competition, right?
to the point where the reward from some of these events is a ticket to Spain. Like, are we kidding? You know, like, are we joking? Like, are we joking by saying this doesn't matter? Like, it's a joke. You know, like it's a big silly joke, and like that I think is one of the biggest problems too is that we have people who are being able to basically just cheat because people are giving them the benefit of the doubt for no reason, right? Like it's understandable if you're playing the game, you're brand new, and you're playing with your buddies, and you make a mistake. Okay, yeah, absolutely. You know, everybody's human, everybody makes mistakes. The work in progress, exactly. The work in progress official stance is that piracy is theft and should not be done. Nick's opinion, however, yeah, exactly. We're not talking about my the work in progress brand stance is don't pirate stuff. My stance is we can talk about that off screen. But like very much like that's where my like mind's at where it's at this point where it's like, well, do we want to be taken seriously or do we not want to be taken seriously as a competition? Because like if you're like, yeah, but this isn't that serious, I'd be like, okay, cool. Well, then we just don't care about that, and everybody's just gonna cheat. Okay, whatever, you know. But like this whole idea that we're so prideful on the fact. I mean, we all like everybody talks about that Nick Navarrete with Paul, and then guys in his own, you know, group might not be playing the most fair. It's that same kind of hypocrisy of like, okay, well, you want to condemn people who are cheating, and you want this game to be serious, but then the minute you have the opportunity to do more than just be like, well, you know, because half of the time when like it's like that whole video with Trevi where it's like you're just saying this because you platformed him on your channel and you don't want to get in trouble by the masses at large because you made a mistake, right? You didn't check his list. But that's the thing is it's not your job to check his list. It's the judges at the event's job to check the list. And sometimes these judges aren't any judges. You know what I mean? Oh, and I didn't take anything on stream. But like that to me is the most egregious part about all of this. Where it's like you have all these things where it's like, man, we're paying money to go to these events. Like these events are not free, you know. And then you're like, well, it doesn't matter. And it's like, well, it does matter when I spent my $125, which was, you know, while somebody else who has been playing this game for way too long, being at the top table, knowing all this stuff, is basically just getting, you know, whatever, right? And to me, I'm like, come on, we as a community should do better about that. Like, cheating should not be something that happens in a tabletop war game about dice when there's nothing fun about cheating at this game. Like, again, if you really need to cheat at this game, then you probably need to find a different hobby because that's just dumb, right? Like, it's just dumb. It's a waste of everybody's time. It's a waste of your time to just cheat at stuff, you know? There's a good episode, there's a really great American Dad episode where Roger the alien basically has all these trophies for stuff. And he's like, look at all these trophies I got. And, you know, Francine is over here just sitting going, yeah, well, you didn't win any of those. You just forged them. It doesn't matter. Those trophies don't mean anything because you didn't actually win them. And it's the same thing with a lot of these like Warhammer titles. It's like you have people who are like, yeah, from this level of this player, blah 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 in the field. I'm like, but from what I'm being told from guys who are walking around the tournament is that you're cheating in your strategy. So why should I consider you the best in the world if you have to cheat in order to win? And that's just the goofy dumb thing. There are some players who are extremely good and they're just extremely good no matter what. Like Starry, Urine, those guys. Like, but there are some guys who are like in the scene where you're like, my guy, what are you doing? And you're like, well, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you know, that's just weird. It's goofy. Like, if you want to cheat at plastic toy soldiers, then okay, don't play with me then. You know, I just want to have fun and feel like I'm getting better and feel like I've done something. Because, you passion. I like getting better at this game and feeling like I'm learning something. You know, I know I don't have too many opportunities, especially this late in my life. So I'm enjoying this opportunity that I have now. But it's the thing is, you've got plenty of people who really take that opportunity and they take it for granted when it could be something for people to find some, even just some self worth in themselves. I know it's something that I have to do sometimes where it helps me feel a little bit better. All this warmer talk does make me want to get you to the left, love you guys. So you cannot do a painting stream not talking about 40K. That's fair. Ooh, maybe some Flashpoint models. Yeah, I've actually been thinking about picking up some Flashpoint models because I really like Halo. I mean, Halo is probably actually. Do you guys want to hear a funny story about Halo and me? So I got made fun of in school a lot for being this nerdy. Like I was dirty, dirty. Um, and I'm just looking at this guy. I'm like, man, he looks good for a little battle line guy. Good job, everybody. But when I was in school, this was about in fourth grade. It had to be either fourth or fifth grade because I was in the middle school. So I went to a private school in Texas. Not as a brag, it was very very tough in my life. There's more explanations about that and why I was there. But anyways, that's not part of the story yet for right now. But when I was there, they basically when we get to do book reports, you got to kind of do it on whatever book you wanted to do. And I was really big in Halo at the time. I loved Halo. Like that was my like warrior at the moment. Like I was obsessed. I think I played Halo like almost every day for after school. Um, my mom was mad at me for not doing my homework. And what I would do, what I did for one of my book reports is, do you guys remember the Halo novel, The Flood? If you guys ever read that book, it was I think it was basically like a retelling of the Master Chief's first encounter with the Flood on Alpha Halo. And I used that as my book report book. I did a literal Halo book for my book report book. And I explained the scene in which Keys was turning into a flood and losing his memory, and the class was absolutely horrified. For those who weren't playing Halo, those who did play Halo were like, "What a loser! Why are you doing a Halo book for your book report?" Now I'm on stream getting paid off stuff. Getting paid hopefully soon. Getting paid, but like that's a funny story of I saw it. Never read any of them. They are really, really good books. I'm going to be completely real. The Halo books are probably better than some of the story in actual like Halo books. They're really solid. And the Flood one is really good. I really like that. I thought it's really well written. And it's horrifying. It's a horrifying little book. Uh, yeah, it's like it's one of those things where I'm like, man, I might like body horror so much. I did read a lot of Halo in the early days. That's a lot of body horror. That, like, you don't really think about how crazy all of that stuff is sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot that the Flood is like honestly this horrifying. Especially after playing the new campaign Evolved, getting to see, man, they really did a good job of making the Flood scary. Flood freaky. And if there's anything I can explain while I'm doing this, feel free to ask. Like for this, like what I like to do is I like to basically make this like light pattern for the skin, and then we're gonna get it with some red stitch, and that's gonna give it more of that like worn out look. The books are free on Spotify. Oh, that's baller! honestly, if they're free on Spotify and you have them, read them. Like turn them on. They're really good. Especially like Ghost of Onyx is also that's one if you want to get more information about the Chief before um, like the first Halo game. It's before he's officially a Spartan, I think, for the Ghost of Onyx. It's like their first mission. It's either their first mission out as Spartans or they just finished like they're about to finish their first mission. They pick you on to go, especially kind of one. That series just keeps stabbing you. I need to read that one too. Maybe that's something I'll do to declump me from some of this 40K stuff that's making me upset. Is because the novels in 40K are just one of the reasons why I can't read the setting. Is I just like the writing, like Dan Abnett is so talented. Any of the stuff that he does. Who's the one that writes the Knox Ghost series? I feel like I remember who, but now I like can't think of it on the top of my head. Ghost of Onyx is on Spotify. Read Ghost of Onyx, man. That's a great one. Because I think it's like two parts. I think it's the part where it's the first mission, but also about their training. And man, you like really get a good like look at John on it. Like the characters that flutter, but an important main character dies basically every book. Oh my god, characters with current 40K levels die. That's nuts. Yeah, if it's Dan Abnett, then I'm definitely reading that. Anything Dan Abnett writes, Dan Abnett writes, I will. Uh, he is phenomenal. Ah, I got water on it. That's fine. But I'll have to check that one out. I love that though. That reminds me of a lot of like, uh, it's like the JoJo style writing where they're like, all right, time to die. Like, all right, cool. Then somebody else dies. I'm like, oh, dang, I didn't know it was their time to die. Dang, okay. Uh, Speaking of which, I just finished Stone Ocean, so I am totally caught up now to JoJo's, and I'm gonna be extremely real. For those of you who watched Part Six, what is up with the weather forecast backstory? That is a crazy backstory to throw into the end of a show. Where you're like, by the way, the KKK show up, and you're like, what, what? And it makes sense for the context of the story, but then there's also parts where you're like, what do you mean the KKK took money from a black guy to go beat somebody else? It's confusing. It's very weird where you're like, what is going on? But it was a crazy backstory to throw in at the very end of the freaking show where you're like, oh, okay, all right, cool. Like, I'm trying to do as much as I can without spoiling it of being like, I did not think that that was what's coming next, but okay, cool. All right, I guess. Crazy. And it was the funny thing where they're like, this is why weather forecast isn't an ally. And I'm like, if he's not an ally, everything that has been done to it is justified to be a joke. Everything that happened to it was terrible. I also went through Dungeon Carl. Everybody is talking. I do have Audible as well, so I need to use some of these tokens. Uh, how many? So Dungeon Crawl. I keep seeing Dungeon Crawler Carl every single everywhere, and it sounds like it's an extremely good book. Um, but like, how many books are in that series? Like every single person that has read Dungeon Crawler Carl has said it's amazing to the point where they're making a show out of it now, which is like I feel like I only heard about it like 3 months ago, and now it's like majorly popular because it's like so like what is the vibe of Dungeon Crawler Carl? Like what is the like the intro synopsis I mean? Obviously Carl's Dungeon Crawler, right? But I know there's a cat named Princess Donut who I'm already intrigued about because I do love my kitty cats. But like I'm so intrigued by it. It keeps looking really good, but I know almost nothing about it besides just the announcements of like it's getting a show and that there are already people attached to do the voices and stuff. It's like, man, I feel like it moves a lot faster, but maybe it's just becoming popular now. It's unironically a go-to book, extremely serious story in an unserious setting. That's awesome. I do love really serious stories in unserious settings because you can get goofy with the world and then get real like honestly, sometimes I feel like Warhammer did a very similar thing with like the heresy where they're like, this setting's kind of goofy. There's space elves. But by the way, the entire theme is what do you do if you feel like you're going to get replaced? And you're like, man, the obsoletism of soldiers and talking about veterancy. And you're like, holy shit. Like, this is some really intense themes. Like, the point where you're like, I kind of understand why the I have sympathy for why the traitors left. You know, it's a horror story and a tragedy. Oh, that's cool. It sounds like it's somebody who really wanted to write some, a lot of complex themes in a fun story, and I those guys are usually the smartest ready to do that. I love that kind of writing. It's always fun to give that because it's that juxtaposition, right? He's looking pretty good for 3 hours. I get the sword done because I want to. That's cool though. I need to check it out. Maybe I'll start reading it because I need to build some stuff today. Ugh. Carl gets like 3 found families, and I think that's one of the main things. Oh, that's awesome. That's so sweet. I do love a good found family theme. It's one of those things where it's like more often nowadays. You know, the theme is just so important, especially even now when it's like people don't feel as connected as they've like people don't feel connected anymore. And I know that as somebody who also has a hard time feeling connected. And like it's tough out there. We've really been kind of trained to hate everybody around us, and it kind of sucks. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do some wet blending, try and give this sword some sheen. Also, not doing that at all. I might have to just wait for that to dry a little bit more. A lot of glaze in there. We'll have to wait a little bit. That's okay. We can come back and add a little bit of darker there. Yeah, that's tough. Oh boy. It would be a work in progress. If I can stick my face in the camera. Uh, that's cool though. Just I'm trying not to get too stressed about all the problems with 40K. Let's take a little things to start rolling. Basically, 8 books never stops. That's good though, because like I'm fine with something taking a little bit of time to like get started, but like once you get started, don't let off the gas. Actually, funny enough, that's the same reason why I'm not super happy with 40K. They let off the gas really hard. They said, we don't want to make any more money. And I'm like, please, you could be making so much money right now. This is goofy. They're getting silly. You know what? If they don't want my money, that's fine. I'll wait until they release some EC stuff and then they can have more of my money. It's like wet blend this sword to hell.
There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. 11 out of 8. Well, it's a good recommendation. I'm definitely down to you might be the person to get me to do it, which will be which will you can claim that. If I ever start talking about Dungeon Crawler Carl, I'm the one who introduced you. Yes, that's true. I don't have the original thought, I'm sorry. But I'm excited to check it out. I need to get into I need to get back into reading more. I used to be a super big reader as a kid. And I like Audible for that, but I feel like that's also part of the reason why I'm not such a big reader anymore, is just because it's so easy for me to listen to it. And I want to get back and actually picking up paper books again and actually reading. I have a bunch of these. Like, I need to read The Infinite Divine still. But, oh, that's cool. You're getting an audio comic. Oh, okay. That must be, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Is it also getting a TV show, or am I only thinking of his audio drama? I thought it was getting a TV show, but maybe I was mistaken. I could be mistaken. Try me. So I'm trying to do kind of trying to do pattern sort. I like how that's looking, so on that part I'm gonna stop touching it. So yeah, that's looking sexy on there. Come on, focus. Focus sword. No. There we go. There we go. Hopefully some little sexy snake thing going on there. Little Damascus looking. Uh, yeah. I've got a full room list that I'm working on. It should be fun. Right now, I'll let this guy drive for a little bit. Oh, you know what we're gonna do? We are going to do one more thing because I want to make that model look correct. So if you're like, hey, I can't get this bottle to look like glass, like as we see it right here, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like glass, right? It just looks like a bunch of weird, bright spots, white spots, dark spots, right? What we're gonna take? So we're gonna take that original brighter color that we did. This is that royal blue from Painter, and we're gonna get it to that glaze consistency. And we're just going to reapply it everywhere. Yeah, let that dry for a second. But already got some nice lows and highs in here. Just got a little bit to get some of that color in there. And then when that dries, you get a lot of those white brights still shining through a little bit. But it'll be kind of like this, where it's like you can't really see it, but it adds some definition to the bottle. I did drop this like $3 in so far. It's really good.
Oh, it's getting both. Okay, cool. I'm glad I'm not crazy. That'll be fun though. I'll have to check it out then because I do love a good audio drama. Yeah, and then we'll hit that with some hard code, and that will give us that real nice definition there. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I'm like, man, I could paint. I could paint for all day. Honestly, we could make the stream go for 5 hours every morning. So, what I hate about this setup is I can't find a natural place for this little camera. The camera sucks. It's fine. Like I said, we were only going to do all of the. I said we were going to finish with. I got the chance to use the restroom. Now I don't have to worry about it later. That's okay. How are we feeling about this guy? These eyes are a little wonky. Will do. Remember to lick my brush. Then, sorry, my brain is on painting it on too many tracks. There we go. All right. Oh boy. Oh, brain's tired. I'm curious. Let's see how this room is going to look if we give it some white blue. See them.
Cool. It's fun.
Then we want to get real funky with the armor. Do so we can take that warlock magenta, give it a little bit of blue, a tad. Now we got even a little bit of a brighter magenta. Hit those highlighted parts. Even more lighting. See, now we can see the sword a little bit better. I do love a very involved paint schemes, but I've gone on the fallen harder and harder for contrast paints.
Yeah, absolutely. No, contrast paints are amazing. I am a big fan. Honestly, I'm a massive fan of contrast paints. I think contrast paints are probably some of the best wargaming painting invention was that contrast paint. And like for me, a lot of what I like to do is involved just because I have a little bit more time, right, on my hands to do that. Where it's something where I'm not painting this many Marines all the time, right? So that whenever I do get to paint something like this, right, it's fun because I like to do the more complicated stuff. But it also means that like a lot of my stuff comes out way slower. And like I just cannot get that same speed as some other people do. But yeah, no, I'm a big like for not my AC, I'd probably use contrast paints for a lot of it. And I still use a lot of contrast paints. Actually, what's really cool is with a lot of these involved schemes, they actually benefit from having a lot of contrast paints added on to them afterwards. So like I like using a lot of Eldari Emma. That is me and Emma's normal oil. Exactly. You can't help but run 100 miles in the list. So at that point, like painting them individually is one of those things where it's like if you want to do it, then to do like later on once you like the list before GW nerfs it. Which again, I think is another reason why the way that that like that has all been going on has been kind of bad. So like for me, I like to do it when I want to create a different texture. I love to use contrast paints to create almost like a different feel to it. So like for a lot of the hair that I do, those contrast paints make those really deep low lights. Well, I don't know if they're low lights, but basically those makes those lines in there pop. Right. I can't remember I don't know the exact term because I'm not a term guy. I don't remember terms. Um, but like that makes that almost it just pops it so much more. And even in this vial, throw some in there, that's pretty cool. And I'm gonna come back in with that Amazon green on top of that because what it'll do is that it'll create those recesses in there. Even in here, right? Like even the eyes. It helps give those like what's it called? It helps fill in the gaps in between those parts. Let's see one of my hairs. Like, well, we'll finish up before I call it because I gotta build some stuff. Deadpool Avengers is 10 out of 10. It's honestly 10 out of 10 for any skin. I do have a game mode against Dean today, so I'm going to blow up infrastructure in the campaign. That'll be fun. I do like the fact that like the missions with some of the campaign stuff are a little bit more involved, where it's not like, all right, take the planet, right? Where every game you're just take this site, but it's like, okay, cool, blow something up. You're like, oh hell yeah, I want to be a saboteur today, you know, and that's going to be really fun. I will say I do like the amount of actions that we have in the game and things like that. The only thing I would just wish a little bit more for those is we need to have options for this period of order. We're doing three destroy infrastructure. Nice, that's awesome. Um, I think what's going to be crazy, like the boys being able to do actions while also being engaged. I think more armies are just going to need that, where it's like Emperor's Children should be able to advance, right? Maybe we don't fight, maybe we don't shoot because of it, but we should get to use our army roll if we're fast guys, right? But also same with like CSM, where it's like CSM should have something where maybe they can fall back and shoot, or maybe fall back and do it, right? I don't know, because like the minute you start adding things that like break that interaction in the game rule, you gotta have more stuff that can do that. I'm so used to painting a certain way. I'm painting on the stream, and then take this back. Actually, this is going to get us to that nice water on the edge of the brush. Just going to send it out there and destroy the pump. Having to paint eyeballs from far away is okay. I'm gonna have to paint those up close. There we go. Perfect. Not the other, but that one perfect. So that's something I like to do with contrast paints. I like to add that contrast as the background and let the brighter color shine through. That's okay. Just dry off the brush and take it out. So if we're going to take out your eye now, that's phlegm, that's phlegm. Is me bold? Actually, take out your eye now. That looks really weird, but also. Maybe I should just stop messing with it for a second. That's okay.
sword here. I had to bring them back up, but you compare 10 swordsmen to 10 boys. Yes. And no, it's honestly like that's the thing. Don't ever let them forget that they don't ever let GW forget that they made 10 boys and 10 guards with the same point cost, and we're like, it's fun. But it's like that is not fun. That is goofy, dumb, bad game design. Like, because that's also the thing that frustrates me, right? And not to just be negative the entire time about the game, but it is baffling to be like, hey guys, buy stuff when we're gonna do price increases and stuff like that. But then like even when it comes down to it, they still look at us and they're like, why are you guys upset? Because we're spending a lot of money to play this game. You guys act like we're whining, and it's like, no, we just want to get our money. You know, we just want to enjoy the thing that you want us to enjoy. Like this is the thing. It's like we get upset because this game is great. Look at how much it brought us all together. But at the same time, guys, let's not get all crazy. Let's not get all nuts. Uh, and so what I'm going to do here, because I want to get that, I want it to have a little bit of that bright white in the middle, bright blue and bright whatever in the middle, but I don't want it to be losing the definition. So I'm going to take a little baby amount. Actually, it's just too much I'm going to take a baby amount of that contrast paint, right? Streak it. Just little babies. You haven't fully lost the definition. So then we still have a little bit of that texture in there. Doing that. And then now I do all of my shinies, all the shiny bits. Is oh, let's go check Emma's desk. Oh, yep. I love my technical hard code. They can just change the rules. So no, exactly. If they don't want me to talk negatively about the game, then just fix the game. I'm gonna be completely real. I always joke with my buddies about this, where I'm like, I swear to God, if GW just gave me 45 minutes with the rule book, I would make this thing play, right? Where it's like it's still playable, but I would make it so less confusing. Like it's the thing where it's like it's editing a text document, right? Like you have people who are more outraged on the internet for like coding errors, which are actually things which are completely like really. I mean, coding is not easy. Coding is hard. I tried it in high school and I was like, I'm not. This is not something I'm good at. But like, they're acting like, oh my god, when it's like you're not a video game company, guys. Like, you're not coding these rules in. It's just paragraphs that you write down, and you're acting like, oh god, they're annoyed that we didn't go to grammar school correctly. And you're like, okay, then don't make a game that's based off of grammar and rules is written. Like, in all honesty, rules is written might need to go away because right now they're trusting that we can do rules as intended. And at a certain point, you're like, but you don't encourage rules as intended. You encourage rules as written. So what do you want me to do? What do you, it's what it comes down to. What do you want me to do? I don't want to be good. I just want to be steady and happy. And that's the thing. Is like you don't need the car good. That's the thing. Is everything shouldn't be good. It should be just like everything should be playable, and that would be good. But it's the difference between well, oh man, we don't know what to do with our game so much that uh, at a certain point we have to nerf everybody or we have to buff anybody. Everybody, we don't know what to do in the in between, right? And that's the problem. Is that the game functions at the in between, and the fun parts are at the in between. Like, do I want EC to be busted? No. But do I want EC to be able to play with a list where it's fun, right? Like, yes, that's what I like the 11th edition changes. You're like, these guys aren't busted. They just get to have fun now. You get to play the different attachments. It's not something where I'm like, well, if I bring Mercurial Host, I'm just going to die, right? Oh, if I don't bring Coterie the Conceited, I won't have enough damage output because all of my Marines are T4 unless I bring Flawless Blades, and then if they get shot off, it's like those things where it's like the game is so much about each army having its own strengths and weaknesses that like the fun part about the game is just what if I just send these guys to my buddies guys and see who kills who dice roll wise. But right now it's so stat check heavy that everyone's like, well, I know what's going to happen with that. And you're like, what? It's a random dice game. What do you mean? That's why I always argue against math hammer because it's like, oh, well, this should be able to do that. Okay, but if I roll my dice 6 times, are you saying that every time I should at least get 1-1 and this one this? And then you do it, and you're like, but that's not happening. We're basing the game off of outliers, right? Somebody rolls super hot at a tournament, and everyone's like, oh, EC is so good. And they all bring EC to a tournament, and they're like, oh, EC is not just a point and win army. And you're like, yeah, no, duh. Mathhammer is cool until you spike game 6. Exactly. Where's your game change where we're going to fuck us and then they slap us with exactly. Like when the minute you war it, like, yeah. Also, the goal is to be within a 45 55 win rate. Exactly. And that's the thing. It's the same thing they did to Inca's All of 10th edition where it was like, nobody's playing. And it's like, well, the one dude out in wherever does care. Favorite factions, agents, and they're just going, I would just love it that if I could play this army and not feel like I have to be playing at the top level of competitive ideas just to get a casual game in is to me the biggest problem with 40K right now, right? It's that issue where, okay, well, if you don't play an army that's particularly good in the meta, then you need to pull out every single stop, especially when you play against another faction that has that same archetype, right? I can't seem to get this guy's eye to do it right. That's fine. I think that looks pretty good. Pretty good little 3-hour miniature. Still got to get some of the other stuff done. But yeah, before I end the stream in a little bit because it's been going on for a bit. I have to build some more stuff right now. Get ready for tomorrow. Um, yeah, like when I talk about like Math Hammer is not a bad thing. It's just one of those things where it's not the end all be all of how the game works, right? In which like Math Hammer is a good guy. It's a good guide that helps you play the game, get better at the game, and make sure that when you're doing things, you can have a little thing of like, okay, well, if I'm T10 and they're T5 and I'm strength, if I'm T or strength 5 and they're T10, okay, what am I going to have to deal with, right? You know, but the other part about it is it's like, well, it doesn't always go off. So if you do roll that and you're supposed to get it, it doesn't mean you're going to get it. It's a tool, exactly. It's not the law of the game, but it is something that is an easier way of understanding. Like, okay, well, how do I want to play this unit versus another? Right? Like, because that's the horrible thing too. It's like when you talk about the argument of Math Hammer is also the same reason why we're in the stat check. because now all of this is it's the same thing of why I sometimes think about with the wound system where I'm like, maybe we should go to a wound system like AOS where certain things wound on a certain number and that is it. You know, like rats they hit on a four, but they wound on a four. You know, they're not having to wound on fives and sixes because your opponent's army is just stronger than yours, right? It's like the same reason why, like with four winged demon prince at a certain point, some of it's a little weird. Where you're like, oh man, my winged demon prince can, thing corn can punch a rhino and move it on threes. I'm like, my winged demon prince wins a rhino on fours, and that's why I have to have the mortal wound charge, the demonic destruction, is because otherwise you'll watch me whiff on a rhino because I'm sitting there going, my 235-point demon prince can't kill a 60-point rhino because of the toughness of the rhino, right? But I'm paying 235 points for a second one because people were bringing them all the time because there was nothing else in EC that could genuinely do damage that easily until they gave them the flawless blade upgrade. Which let's remember, the flawless blades originally only had 3 attacks on a damage 2 weapon that they were supposed to be the elites of the army. Why a lot of people just didn't bring it because they were like, well, I can bring this many infractors with legions. Why do I need to? You know, from the guards of their shooting army by Tau, I'll combine arms by orc, her range soon be outnumbered by the stones. Yeah, exactly. But also too, like a lot of the rules that they implemented was to stop against guard. Because let's be real, if Tau was long to mid range shooting, guard was we don't have to leave our deployment zone, and if you are towed out, we're gonna kill all of your stuff, right? So it's like the core rules reflected the okay, well, guard needs to have this so that they can change, but they not only hit you with the core rules, then they hit you with the point nerfs, and then they hit you with the rules on top of it with your army rule, and it's that same thing. It's the same pattern as the Thousand Sons of Filer, where it's like, okay, we're gonna hit you with points. Okay, cool. Also, we're gonna change your ability to an interrupt. What? And then we're gonna take off your field effect. Okay, well, then why are you hitting us with points? Dude, like, it's the thing where it's like you get punched in the stomach. You're like, oh, I'm already halfway on the ground. Then they hit you in the back of the head, and you're on the floor. And then they're just kicking you, and you're like, do you want me to play this unit or not? I'm sorry that I paid 150 bucks for this one unit. Do you want me to buy it or not? Right? Like even coming down to a business acumen, like a business idea. Like I was getting into works specifically at the beginning of the edition because I'm like, as you can probably see, I'm painting and building a blog docker because I think the model's cool, and I think orc bikers are super sick. Um, but like, there's a part of me that's not really super getting into orcs, partially because I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to build them up enough to where they can be played really fun. But then because they're letting them have their time in the sun, right? They're now going to end up being in a spot where they're no longer in this state of like, oh well, we're really good or really bad. They're going to now be in this point in time where you look at them and you're like, well, they're insanely good, and now they're going to get nerfed. And it's just bad. Impact will cover when main shooting ignores cover clearly changes not range voice guns, indirect fire changes. Yeah, exactly. Well, and then in the also thing is like everybody looking at the data still go, okay, well, they're going to get nerfed because they're the 60% army. Didn't get really any meaningful point nerfs. Right. No meaningful point nerfs at the beginning of when we already knew they were a problem. And now, if you look at the new rules they're getting, like with the riled up stuff, I'm like, okay, they're going to be able to advance the charge more often than you know what I mean? As a business start, exactly. That's the big problem, right? Is that from a business point, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to keep doing this structure that they are doing. Legitimately, from a business standpoint, it doesn't make sense. Like they're going to lose money, you know, like they're going to lose money doing this. Like it's super dumb. Like honestly, making all of the armies buffed makes them like I went out and bought a box of Infractor because I needed to run guys because I thought it would be fun and cool, right? When it's like, guess what? You just got another $70 from me that I wouldn't have normally spent because I didn't have the rules to build that many guys, right? There wasn't a benefit for me to do that. Like there just wasn't a benefit for me to run that many guys. Now there's a full benefit. Hey, 10 units are fun now because of the way that rules changes are. You have to kill the entire squad and the character. Okay, cool. New ways to play. Great. But it seems like the problem is that instead of looking at those new ways to play as like money making opportunities, it's the thing where that's why I hear speculation that part of the guys right before rules are also playing in tournaments, and that's where the changes are coming is because they're playing their favorite armies, and then as their favorite armies are getting better and worse, they're just changing it. 3DRB so bad only for the real GW loyalists to stick around. I don't know, it makes a twisted sort of sense. Yeah, but at the same time, like it's one of those things where it's like it even goes against what they're also trying to do, which is basically saying like I want to get this hobby out to as many people as possible. What it really comes down to is it's kind of the same thing happening in movies a lot, in video games a lot, where you have people who are in charge of the business, right? And because of how much money they're making with some of the business parts, that they're not actually looking at the business of like, well, what's going to be the most fun stuff for us to do? What gets in the spirit of the game? And letting some of the developers do what they want to do. A lot of these guys end up just having this thing where they're like, well, let's do this because I want to do this business. And then because they do this business model, you then end up having the fans go, guys, we don't want this. And they go, whatever. By the way, I'm adding transfer water on there. And I use these for all of my transfers wherever I put tab. Where did I put my micros? Oh, there they are. I was like, what's wrong with me? And this is the problem of having a messy desk and why I should get judged for having a messy desk. Um, yeah, this microsol, this will make all of your little transfers. They'll do a slight, it's funny, it's crazy. They actually dissolve slightly. But if you see all that little plastic outline stuff, it actually helps dissolve that slightly to make it a little softer, and it helps it blend across warped surfaces like this knee pad. Well, there's a little empty space there, so throw a little EC logo or a little Slanesh logo in there. Another little pop of gold that we can get to. Just something to make it a little bit busier in that little part where it's kind of missing some parts. But like, yeah, like it's one of those things where it's like in tournaments, funny enough, you already get rewarded with sticking with the same faction because your ITC rank maybe overall, right, isn't impacted by what army you play. But for me, I want to be top faction. I like the top faction stuff. That's where I like to try and compete. Is where I'm like, I want to be the best EC guy, right? I don't need to be the best Warhammer player. I want to be the best EC. Like that's what one of my goals. I love this army and I want to be really good at it. And partially it helps you guys when I make these videos because then you can go and you can look at it and say, hey, Nick knows what he's talking about. He's really good at this army. And despite being decently good at the army, right, it's nice to have that credibility. And so that's what I use my ITC stand for. But that's the thing is I have people who are probably did better with EC than I did at more events, and I'm still a higher rank because they just jumped into EC to play it because they heard everybody say it was broken. And now they're playing it. And one, they don't get the ranking from it because they didn't stick with EC. Like I'm even missing one because I played my Space Wolves at an RTG just for fun. I'm like, oh, nope. Any event that's ITC plays Emperor Children so I can be higher in the ranks. But also on top of that too, like like it's the thing of like where every single person is bringing EC. Like there's so many EC at the WTC, and they're all doing badly because half of them are jumping on this army because they heard somebody say it's the best army of the game. Art of War keeps constantly saying it's the best army of the game. Probably so they can bring other stuff and make you all play Emperor's Children when they know how to match up against that army. To be honest, I don't trust Art of War. I would almost say it's them trying to purchase argument because only has more. Yeah, like this one is crazy. If you look at Battered House Boys, I would run to the living room for Warlord games if I could find people who play those games. Yeah, I would check out the subreddits and see because I'm sure there's a lot of people that play those. Even Texas Toy Soldier. Here we go. We got a new sergeant. We'll probably work on that eye a little bit more, but for now we're gonna take a break on him because he's looking good, looking fun, and I like him. But yeah, like it's kind of a thing where it's like CW is shooting themselves in the foot. Um, like we're having the start of a new release and a new game system and a new version of their most popular game system, and it feels like they want nothing to do with doing that with 11th edition, or like, we want other stuff, and it's very indicative of them as a company because they've always been like this. We all know that. Right? That's okay. That's why I sit down and I pick my EC that I love, and I get to play it, and I'm playing new ways to play them. And if I go to a tournament and I go undefeated, great. If I go to a tournament and I'm totally defeated and I win with food, great. Who cares at this point? Like it's the same thing as when you see now people who are quote unquote really like top professional players. And it's like, yeah, it's hard to give them the time of day at some points anymore. Just simply because half of the things I see, I'm like, well, are you cheating or are you not? Or even in match point games, like how much money do you have to be able to buy all these armies? Because if you don't have the money to buy random armies every single time, then you're just at the fickle of the wind and when GW wants you to be well. At that point, that weight of winning all those games stops really carrying, right? Because it's like I would rather go, and it's something that even I'm learning as I'm playing and trying to be not only a better opponent or a better player, but a better person. Is that thing of like when it comes down to it, like I have a lot of friends in this community simply because we're having a good time. We want to hang out. We want to do it, you know. And like that's where we should put our focus towards with this game, right? Is the fact that there are going to be people who are you only their only value in life is to be winning, right? And we all know somebody who only plays this game just so that they can beat their opponent no matter what, and they're cheat, they're all sorts of stuff. I mean, I've seen it at multiple game scores. We all we all know a person who can't give up their precision combat knives because they just want to win by any means necessary. And at that point, that person's going to end up with nobody to play. Because at a certain point, that's not what the point of this game is, and it's not even the fun parts about this game, right? And I think even GW was trying to say that they understood that while sitting here and being lazy and not understanding. It feels like we're getting the result of a decade of brain drain, and I'm just getting tired. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I've heard multiple stories about that where I'm like, yeah, man, like you gotta. Yeah, I know. I know. Not really meant to be meaning to call anybody out, but at the same time, I already dislike that kind of shit. That's why I don't go around those kind of people anymore. And I don't offer to play games with those kinds of people just because I go, it's not worth my time to sit here and try and beat you if you're going to sit here and not play the game fair. And I'm just going to go, feel free, enjoy, play, blow up a lot of guys, have fun. The more guys that you can blow up, the more guys I can take off my table, have my stuff packed up, ready to go the minute we're done. You know, and like, there's plenty of guys that I played against that have that same mentality of like, hey man, I'm just here to have a good time. And those are honestly the funny thing is that when we do those games, those are usually the games that are the most intense, the most fun, and the most actual player skill that I've seen. Like one of my buddies during the LSO, we straight up tied because we were like, the judge came over and was like, "You guys are having such a great time. You guys just want to tie." We're like, hell yeah, no more pressure. We're just gonna have fun. We're gonna tie the game. And I literally went and said, this might be the best played game that I played because one, the pressure was off, but also on top of it too, we were encouraging each other to do. Hey man, you should charge that bloodthirster into my defiler because I don't really have anything that can really deal with it, and maybe I can do this thing and to stop your bloodthirster from getting into my defiler. But you're still gonna do this and that. I don't have to do this anymore, and it made the game way more fun because it was the same thing with when like, oh man, I want you to get that great unclean one to be able to fit. I just put him in there anyways. I want to see that. That fight should happen. That's way more fun than going, all right, we've spent 3 turns doing absolutely nothing. And you're like, that's the worst. That's the absolute worst. Is spending multiple points of time in the game going, well, what happened? Well, we didn't do anything for 3 turns because we were each playing so competitively and so cagey that we couldn't lose a single unit to each other, right? That's why you like board units. Congrats, you set aside a hyper lethal unit worth like 300 points to pull up a shit launcher. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? That's the funny thing about it too. But I think right now the problem is that GW only really rewards in the game overly cautious play, overly like competitive play. That's why I'm really excited for Cycler. That's why I'm really excited for what it looks like is that orcs also are going to get 2 special movement types that nobody else gets. Which I hope they start doing that for everybody, where they're like, all right, cool. EC, you get a movement where you can advance and fall back and do actions, but you can't shoot charge that phase if you do that. Sick. Give me options of why I want to play this rather than if you're not going to make everything balanced for everybody, then give us the rock, paper, scissors matchup. I'm like, well, okay, I'm EC and I'm going into um, a horde army, right? I'm more elite. I want to go around and kill characters. If you put 240 guards on the table, I should look at that and go, oh, the rock, paper, scissors match means that you beat me on this one, right? Like nobody should be undefeated unless they're legitimately just a good player, and they should be undefeated with most armies, not just like that. Exactly. And that's the problem with the EC demon detachment is do I want to build and beat 60 demon heads? No. But even if you look at like the Team USA build up right now, where you look at the guy who's playing EC, he's running triple the filers. He's running triple the filers, 2 seekers, which again, seekers are insanely cheap for 80 points. 80 points, 9 scout, rerolls, advances, charges, and moves 14. That's crazy cupcakes. That's crazy cupcakes. Um, but like the thing that's frustrating about that is you're like, okay, well now you're just kind of playing guard, but you see, you know, oh cool, if you can find STL files for you, I'm down to take a look at it. The reason I say that, right, is not that I don't have 50 demon hits. Like literally, I have 2 boxes that I haven't opened and built yet. It's that I don't want to build that many, in a day for stuff that like where I got because I like the Marines, right? Like these guys are my favorite guys, not only to paint but to build. Because God, how cool is that guy, right? And I'm a big Rule of Cool guy. I like Rule of Cool. There's a reason why I own 20 possessed models because possessed are cool, and I want to play possessed because possessed are fun. But I shouldn't have to be punished because the top levels of players brought this when I'm going to my local game store to just get in a buddy with get the game with my buddy. You know what I mean? That's what I mean when it comes to that. Because like that's the thing is that just if EC got mad, does that mean I'm going to stop playing EC? No, they're my boys. But if it's one of those things where it's like I also don't buy armies because they're good. I buy armies because I what I want to play and what I think. Like why did I buy demons? Because I was already building up Slanesh demons for EC, and I said I will buy a bloodthirster. Those are cool, you know. Why do I have my knights? Well, I have my knights because I allied in one of them, and then if somebody else bought me another one, and they're like, okay, well, maybe I'll build a knight army because that's cool. Big robots that are evil and have their own spirits inside of them. that's so sick. Like I didn't buy my Space Wolves because I went, Space Wolves are the best army right now. I bought my Space Wolves because I said I like Space Wolves and I like the fact that they are um, champions of humanity, similar to God damn it, similar to like salamanders. But I just didn't want to play salamanders. I was like, flamethrowers aren't my vibe. I want to play big Vikings. You know. Also, before I end the stream here, I have to show off my new commissioned demonettes because Emma was very kind and helped paint up a ton of demonettes for me for an RTT that got canceled. Um, so like we have who ended up winning? EC guy for Team USA. Yeah, he's been doing pretty good, but it's more of like all of the rest of the EC players are not doing as well as everybody thought they were going to. This is what I painted up. This is Debbie. Tell by her face. I don't know anything about it. In all honesty, is the only thing I know about what's going on with the WTC right now is just the lists that are being brought. That's all I know. I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention. And to be honest, I don't really care. Like, I don't really care. But Emma painted did all the gore and stuff. Oh yeah, you should absolutely do the see, we were doing multiple colored hair just because. Oh, and this one's really sick. God, freaking pick it up, idiot man! I'm the idiot. Oh, but she's ripping the innards out of her own head. But oh yeah, you should definitely do the Goth Fatty scheme. That's really cool. That's honestly one of those schemes that I saw and I might do for a unit of demonettes. Night Lords and their Goth demonettes. Hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. That would actually be really on theme. Um, you should tend, especially with that. Have you seen Shagrod? It's not Shagrod, but it's the guy who in the UK animates himself as a little goblin. Um, you should see his videos on those crossed over subreddits for different factions, and the one that you could make it the crossover of the Night Lords Reddit, which the Night Lord subreddit most common crossover was the Goth Baddies subreddit, which I also thought was funny because it's not because the Night Lords are horny for Goth Baddies, it's because the Night Lords are made up of Goth Baddies. Like every time I see something where they're like, it's like the joke of like, well, what do you play as you're getting into Warhammer? And it's a goth baddie, and she literally is like night. And you're like, you know what? I really should have thought that that was going to be the case. I don't know why I just didn't. I just didn't assume that. Yeah, dude, he did the bug stogies. Okay, yeah. Bug stogies. I did not know there were bug stogies. That's cool. I'll have to check that out. You see, I am playing the long con. This is how you get a goth. It's hey man, you gotta support the goth baddies to get the goth baddies. That's a big one. Oh, but you know what? It's almost 3 o'clock, and we've been going on for 4 hours, and I appreciate you guys for hanging out and rocking with me. Uh, this has been super fun. Honestly, this thing kind of folded up a little bit. Hey, there we go. Locked it up with your thumb. Don't forget the power of using your thumb on your miniatures, by the way, guys. Sick. That sword came out pretty good for Damascus. Hope to do some more with it. But thank you guys for watching. I'm gonna call it. Dad, and you need more tattoos. Let me know, and I know where to get you some good tattoos, and you can get them cheap. Because as you can tell, I am just a couple, just a few, just a little bit. Double John Snake. That's one of my favorite ones. So I can tell you some good shops to go to. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We're gonna start doing these painting streams more on Fridays because I have to copy my buddy up in New York. Still. No, but um, it's really fun getting to show these guys off, and also it's good encouragement for me to get some painting stuff since I need to be working on videos more often. Which I've got some in the pipeline. I'm not going to announce any yet right now just because I'm still working on a lot of them, doing the editing and getting everything written. But we've got some more plans coming up. It should be getting really fun. After this tournament, I've got one more that I'm locked into, and then I should have a lot more free time, which means that we might be able to get to do some more stuff. Maybe do some battle reports and stuff like that. And it's going to be super fun. But thank you for rocking with us these 4 hours. It's been really nice getting to chat with everybody and have this conversation. I've been having a little bit of a down week, so this has been a nice cheer upper for me. So I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I got to build an Infractor. So screw it. I'll build a daemon to test this email. We'll send it in later. Please do. And then also, I'm getting finished with the rules that I want to do for the Discord. And the Discord is going to be published on Monday. So we'll have that attached to the thing, and then we'll be able to have people send in models and stuff, and we can look at them, and we can go over stuff, and maybe I can help out with any models or things, and just get a second pair of eyes on this game. So excited to see it, excited to hear about it. But anyways, thank you guys again.